Welcome everyone to our City Council special meeting today of Tuesday, November the 26th, where it's a special meeting to deal with the capital and parking budgets. So first off, call to order, we're going to do a disclosures of pecuniary interest. Do we have any conflicts that council would like to declare? Councilor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. From the capital budget, Montrose Bigger reconstruction, Lions Creek Willowdale, and South Hospital secondary plan, I and my family own property that will be affected, and also the 2025 rural surface treatment program. My parents live on one of the affected rural road segments, so I'll hand that in to the clerk.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, that'll be good. Is there any other disclosures? Okay, seeing none, go to item 3, in-camera session of council. I'll go to our clerk to lead us through what we're about to do.
Yeah, so we do have two resolutions on tonight's agenda. The first one is just to deal with a resolution to go in camera dealing with the capital budget. And the second resolution there is for a special meeting to be held on December 4th, and that is to deal with the updated official plan. Council won't be meeting between now and then, so we thought we'd have that on today's agenda, and that is an in-camera meeting as well.
Okay,
and that can be done in one motion.
In one motion, okay. Looking for one motion, Councillor Strange and Newestag, that we move the two resolutions for in-camera sessions. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, Mr. Clerk. So now, for those of you at home, we're going to go in camera. We will be in, any guesses, or would you not want to guess, Mr. Clerk? What was that? Don't jinx it? Okay. We will be in camera for a period of time, after which we will rise in open session and have a fulsome discussion, debate, and dialogue. Pardon me? Yes, we decided to move things up a little bit. We got a better person, so he's in the back row now, back of the bus. All right, so we'll see you in committee room 1. Okay, everyone, welcome back. City Council meeting of Tuesday, November the 26th. We just concluded our in-camera meeting. We're back in open session. We're going to continue on with the capital budget. And next up on the docket is item 4.1, the draft parking budget. And I'm going to go to our treasurer, who, Ms. Clark, who's going to walk us through this part of the budget.
Thank you. Okay, through the mayor, this is the mayor's proposed 2025 parking budget. Just looking at a quick 5-year history of parking, so it wasn't such a good news story during COVID. We were running deficits, as you can see at the bottom, but we've since rebounded with a very strong year in 2023 with a $460,000 surplus, and we're looking at about a $333,000 estimated surplus at this moment. In our budget, we do have a request for 3 new staff positions. So earlier in the year in July, parking services and municipal enforcement services, they did make a merge now. So the staff in parking and enforcement are kind of supporting each other. And to round out that complement, we are asking for a municipal enforcement and parking supervisor and 2 junior municipal enforcement officers. These positions are proposed to be funded 25% by the parking budget and 75% by the tax levy supported budget. In the parking budget, this is an impact of about $77,000 in labor and benefits. However, there is a decrease of about $38,000 in commissionaire costs to partially offset those extra staffing positions. Looking at asset management, this is a bit of a good news story. So the parking budget is estimated to be running about a $50,000 surplus. According to the asset management plan, we should be contributing about $200,000 per year to asset management specifically for parking. This is ignoring any backlog items. The parking budget is not strong enough yet to do a $200,000 contribution, but with the estimated $50,000 surplus, we are recommending that go right into a capital special purpose reserve. So not all the way to the $200,000, but a nice start with the $50,000. Looking at the budget, so from 2024 to 2025, we're looking at just a small $92,000 increase. It's about 6%. I don't think I said this yet. Parking is a self-sustained budget. It's self-funded, so it is funded by the user fees, the permits and licenses, and the fines. We are proposing about a 15% increase in the fines, $82,000. That is the bulk of the increase. Small decrease in permits and licenses, specifically surrounding the Morrison lot, a decrease in permits there, and lot 19, City Hall. And then a small increase in the user fees, just about 2%. So that would be your parking fees on the street. Rounding out the expenses, the largest increase is those staffing costs that I mentioned. Those were about a $77,000 contribution, as well as there would be some small cost of living increases of the existing staff members. So the bulk of your increase is in the wages and benefits there. Small reduction in overtime, small increase in materials, and the contract services, again, this reflects, there was a $38,000 decrease in the commissionaire costs. And there was a new budget added, however, of $23,000 for a hearing officer. So the hearing officer reviews penalty disputes that aren't resolved by the municipality, that are outside of the Provincial Offences Act. So the decisions of the hearing officer are final, and they don't get appealed in judicial courts. So that's a position that we wanted to, or a contracted service that we wanted to add in there. And then just a small increase in our internal transfers, which is our fleet recovery rental rates. So that's really the highlights of the parking budget, going up, right, like I said, roughly about 6%. I'm not going to go over these next 2 slides in details, but it does just break it down and show you by lot, surplus or deficit. So we have 16 lots, and about 4 of them are in a bit of a deficit position. The rest bring in a surplus. And then, of course, we have our parking maintenance area, and moving to our next slide at the bottom, we've got our parking control services area. And then that's it. So looking at our recommendations, we're looking for council to approve the 3 new full-time equivalent positions. They're also in attachment 2 of the report on your agenda, just a little chart at the back. We're looking for direction, and there's more details on this actually in your report. So parking right now has 1 reserve fund. It's got roughly $500,000 in it. We're looking for approval to close that reserve fund and instead open up 2 special purpose reserves. One would be on the operating side, like a parking stabilization reserve, special purpose reserve, and one would be on the capital side, a parking capital special purpose reserve, which would be unallocated. We're looking to transfer that money, about $125,000 into the the stabilization one, and the rest going to capital to help fund that backlog. And then moving forward, we would probably leave the stabilization reserve around that $125,000 target, maybe up to $150,000, and the remainder of any surpluses in parking, the idea would be that they would go to capital to help fund that asset management backlog. So that's a recommendation we're looking for relating to the reserve funds. And then the other ones are sort of around the strong mayor's power. So just a quick refresher on that. Strong mayors came into effect last year. What happens is when the budget is publicly released to the public, it kind of starts a clock for this 30-day review period. We release the parking budget November 8th. So the review period as it stands goes to December 8th unless it is shortened by council. What happens during this review period is council can consider any possible amendments they'd like to make to the budget. If there are none, we can choose to shorten the period, which staff is asking for. So we're asking that it's shortened by 12 days, so it ends today. And once the period ends, the budget is deemed adopted. So there's no longer an approval of the budget per se. It's deemed adoptive by the way of shortening this review period. If there were amendments, of course, we would flip over to the mayor, who has the opportunity to veto those amendments. I'm not thinking there's probably going to be many amendments to capital, so I don't think we need to go down that path right now. So if we want to flip over to the recommendations in the report, I think that would be a good time.
Good job. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Questions of council for Ms. Clark on the parking budget? Okay, I've got Councilor Lococo and then Patel. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Clark. On page 6, it talks about the insurance premiums. Not that it's a lot of money, but why did it decrease by $5,000? Everything's going up. Why did it decrease? It went from $10,258 in 2024 down to $5,258. Is that maybe because the two departments are merged?
Through the mayor, I don't know that answer off the top of my head. I'd have to look into that one and get back to
Okay, thank
council
you.
on that.
It's not a big deal. I just noticed it went down, and usually we don't go down. We usually go up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, if we didn't hire the 3 full-time employees, how would that affect the workload and the revenue?
Mr. CAO?
Sure, thank you. And just on the previous question, it was an adjustment to better actuals because in prior years we never hit the actuals for insurance, so I think they just trued it down. Mr. Brown gave me that information. And then Councilor Lococo, your question with regards to the staff, I'm sorry if you can just repeat that.
How would it affect the workload if we didn't hire the 3, and how would it affect the revenue?
So on the reason for the merger of the departments is so that we can expand our operations, and have some flexibility in the operations. So the junior, I'm going to use the term junior bylaw officers at this point in time that handle parking in some of the municipal bylaws. They'll be more flexible to do stuff like property maintenance standards, parking lot standards, and therefore you may see a bit of a decrease in the parking revenue on tickets, but you'll likely see an increase on the bylaw revenue because they'll be split type of resources. So if you don't hire those individuals, the challenges that we're having is on the bylaw side. Council understands the issues we're having with mental health, homelessness, and drug addiction. So by putting more resources out there, we can deal with some of those issues and complaints a little bit more quickly. And we're doing it in a way that isn't incurring the full cost of a bylaw officer by adding 2 junior bylaw officers.
Okay.
So it's more of a need, frankly, in bylaw than it is in parking. But by merging the 2 departments together, we're hoping that we can leverage larger numbers and a more flexible workforce going forward. Mr. Brown will analyze once we go through a full year or so. It might make sense for us to bring back some of the commission errors if we see too big of a drop in revenue, that it might make some sense. But we want to kind of go with something for a period of time and analyze it after a full year of Sure, a full year of experience.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be cognizant about the number of new hires, and we don't know what's coming in the operating budget. By approving these three, then they get 75% of it gets approved in the operating budget. That's correct?
Mr. Seo?
Sorry, thank you. No, you could always make an adjustment in the levy budget and reduce an FTE equivalent there. So, you know, if you felt uncomfortable with the levy budget and you want to go back and review review the staffing and bylaw, you can reduce it there. Most of the salary is sitting in bylaw, quite frankly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Clark? Seeing none, then we're looking for a motion to move the four recommendations. Moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Okay, moving along to 4.2. And here we are, the capital budget. And I am going to let Ms. Clark introduce our senior financial person here.
Through the mayor, thank you. James Dowling, our deputy treasurer, is going to be presenting our 2025 mayor's proposed capital budget for us.
Floor is yours, deputy.
Thank you very much. All right, I think we're ready to go here. Presentation history. No, we're not. I'm rushing you. Sorry. I do. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. It's my distinct pleasure to be able to present the Mayor's proposed capital budget for 2025. You know, as many of you will recall, with the strong mayor powers, which Ms. Clark already alluded to, the Mayor brought forward a directive in September of this year to have staff prepare the capital budget. So we're here today to present that on his behalf. Sorry, I should do a quick intro here. So in terms of an agenda, we'll try to run through this as quickly as we can. I've got a quick introduction. We'll talk a little bit about sort of the budget at a glance, some highlights, a bit of a view ahead. There are a couple minor revisions on the municipal work side that were brought to our attention, so we wanted to just quickly go over those just for full transparency, and then we'll talk about next steps in the process. So just really briefly on the current economic landscape. The Bank of Canada, their overnight target interest rate has decreased 1.25% over the past year. It's a nice trend for us to see. You know, we have been seeing successive increases the past little while, and you know, it's always a little concerning for us from a borrowing perspective because that can increase our cost of borrowing. In this case, we're actually seeing a little bit of relief on that front. Conversely, we need to mitigate that a little bit as well because as interest rates come down, we also see our investment income reduce as well. So it's a bit of a balancing act, but you know, I think it is a good signal in the economy in general. From a CPI and non-residential construction cost perspective, we are seeing these numbers sort of finally come down. We've been in a bit of I'll say a higher inflation environment the last little while. We were seeing non-residential construction costs this time last year in and around the 8% mark. So it is nice to see that coming down because we, you know, as I think a lot of us have seen, construction costs have risen quite substantially. So starting to see that level off is a good sign for us. Really quickly, we really like this slide just because it does a really good job of encapsulating sort of how the different budgets work together. So we're focusing on the capital budget today, which is supporting growth, rehabilitation, you know, some strategic investments, and those types of larger dollar value investments. It is, you know, it receives funding from a variety of sources. So it receives some reserve funding. Debt can be an input to it. But then on the operating budget side, of course, the operating budget is, you know, servicing that debt, and it could be contributing to the reserves that ultimately help fund the capital budget. So they are interconnected, and I think primarily we just want to show that as much as we may present them to council independently, in a lot of respects, there are some interconnectivities that we just want to make sure everyone's aware of. From a process perspective, the capital budget is a cyclical cycle, so we were here Q4 2023, but this time last year, where the 2024 capital budget was adopted. As you can imagine, it's a bit of a longer process with the capital budget just because of all the business cases and all the sort of work that the departments do pre-vetting a lot of their requests. So we kicked off, I'll say in about July, so in Q3 of 2024. We also brought forward a close report to try to close out some old projects, replenish reserves to sort of get ready for the 2025 capital budget process. And then there were a lot of meetings with departments and discussions to try to, work on prioritization of the existing capital project requests. It is worth noting, of course, as much as there is a capital budget in front of you today, a lot of the departments did a lot of work on their end, sort of, prioritizing on their own. So there could have been projects that might not even met their threshold to even be included in the budget. So, there is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, I'll say, in terms of really trying to bring forward those, shovel-ready sort of critical projects that we need to move forward with. And then, of course, here we are today in Q4 with a finalized presentation to you this afternoon. So really quickly looking at the budget, at a very high level, there are 97 projects in the 2025 capital budget that are proposed and have funding associated with them, totaling about $50.3 million. Of the submissions that sort of made the cut to be I'll say, to be submitted for consideration, 28 of those projects have been deferred, totaling about $20.3 million. So certainly a lot, and I'll be honest, when it comes to this, one of the tougher conversations for us is it tends to be a limiting factor on both the financial end and a little bit on the capacity end in terms of why the decision is made to defer some projects. We'll get into a little bit later in terms of some of the limitations and some of the opportunities that potentially increasing our capital levy could present, but that is one of the reasons for sure that we do see some of these deferrals. Looking at the funded capital project as a whole, you will see, and you've heard us say in a lot of different meetings and avenues, asset management, the importance of investing in state of good repair in our existing asset stock. So it should be no surprise that roughly about 84% of the total capital budget is really, investing towards, renewal of existing assets, state of good repair, et cetera. There certainly is a portion that's growth related, about 10% is growth related. We have some service level enhancements, making about 4%, and a little bit, a few strategic investments as well. So, really the takeaway here is that 94% of our budget is really is being invested in maintaining our assets or managing growth for the city. I won't go through this in a lot of detail, but just looking at the various funding sources, as you can anticipate, the $50 million doesn't all come out of one place. There's a lot of different contributing areas. So we have transfers from the water and sewer budgets. We have transfers from the operating budget. We are leveraging development charge reserves, some grant funding. In this particular year, we have some debt, $2.4 million, but it's fully recovered from development charges. So it's for a larger growth-related project. So there is no levy-supported debt this year. So in saying that, you will see that our capital special purpose reserves, we're drawing down nearly $9.2 million from reserves. And really, we drew down rather aggressively this year in an attempt to avoid taking on additional debt. We're seeing those interest rates starting to drop, but we are really trying to reserve our debt room for those larger, long-term strategic investments. So where it isn't absolutely necessary, we're trying to avoid it for sure. And of course, it can't go without noticing that we're also investing $8.1 million of OLG funding in this year's capital budget. So looking at some highlights, again, I won't go through this in a ton of detail, but you'll see, there's certainly a theme of roads. We've got some large road reconstructions as well as our annual roads program, which is taking care of, our resurfacing programs, et cetera. We do have a large investment for the McBain Center this year, so there's $3.5 million for the community center refresh, and really that's again focused on sort of some mid-cycle renewal work that needs to be done at that facility now that it's about 20 years old. We still have a large parks capital program. We are investing in our facilities group, right? We've certainly, created a really robust facilities group to help take care of our aging facilities, and we're really starting to invest to make sure that we're investing the dollars where they need to be. And can't go without saying that we have our fleet program, which is an annual ask, of course, and Rescue 3 for the fire department. In terms of some new service improvements, we didn't, like I said, there isn't a ton invested this year in new stuff, but I think these were really notable to highlight. We're investing some funds in the AODA capital into AODA capital improvements. and a facility audit. So again, just looking at removing barriers for people with disabilities. There's some enhancements at Prince Charles Pool, so new fenced enclosure, some shade structures, seating areas, etc. And of course, some enhancements at Civic Square. So that's looking at constructing an archway of sorts for wedding ceremonies, and also some beautification work in front of the City Hall grounds. Again, though, not a huge portion of our budget. Of the $50 million that's being proposed, it really only makes up 2.1% of it, which is only about 4%. Just a quick update on participatory budgeting. I know a report came forward at the last meeting on November 12th speaking to participatory budgeting, so we just wanted to touch on it a little bit. There is a contingent project in the 2025 capital budget, and essentially it's seeking for approval for this program to extend beyond this pilot that we sort of just wrapped up. We received feedback again between August and September this year. The contingent project in 2025 is for $200,000, and based on the recommendations in the report on November 12th, we're also forecasting $200,000 in 2026, so that on a 2-year cycle, we'll always have about $400,000 available for community decision making. And there's recommendations in the staff report that speak to sort of the future direction of that program. So looking ahead, last year was one of the first years where we presented to council the 10-year capital forecast. Over time, we're continuing to refine it, improve it. The data that we have is always improving. So, now that we're through both our core and non-core asset management plans, there's certainly a larger foundation of that asset management forecast-related data. With the completion of our development charge background study last year, we have a lot more growth data in the forecast now, which is great as well. The point of this is really just to give council that sort of future look of what's to come. We can appreciate, we talk a little bit about the infrastructure gap and, or a funding gap, and we'll speak about that in some future slides, but this kind of at a glance gives you, here's where we're at 2025. We've got a budget of about $50.3 million. We deferred that $20 million, but in 2026, you'll see the need is identified at about $115 million. Now, it's important to note that in 2026, that does include some backlog, so that includes, basically other projects that couldn't have been included in 2025 from a funding constraint perspective. And I may sound like a broken record, but funding often is really where the constraint comes in. And so, in reality, when it comes time for next year's capital budget, we'll be having the conversation, working with departments to reprioritize, look at all of the needs, and we'll likely end up deferring some. But the risk there is always we don't want to be kicking the can down the road too far. So we just want to be able to illustrate this so that hopefully council can appreciate sort of what the future landscape looks like and what we're working towards. So speaking to that, and you've heard a little bit about this, I think, in terms of some of the work that's starting on the levels of service portion of our asset management project. So like I said, we're done sort of the first two big pieces. The last remaining piece is looking at current and proposed levels of service, as well as a financial strategy for how we're going to sort of tackle funding and creating some strategies around funding asset management. So, that's certainly going to play a large part in what our overall capital funding strategy looks like. Please, this is more for illustrative purposes, just to give council an appreciation of sort of what we're anticipating in terms of the available funding we have today, what we're sort of estimating we'll be able to hopefully get in the future. You'll see that we have, an estimate for application-based grants, because we're hoping to apply for a bunch of grants, and over 10 years, we're hoping to bring some funding in. But it's really just to give an idea that despite considering some of those assumptions and all of the reserves we have currently and all the other funding, in reality, we're still facing a bit of a funding gap. And there's only so many ways that we can close that gap. So, when we look at this, really it comes down to, we can look at opportunities with a capital levy. So we currently have a 1.5% capital levy. We could consider increases to that down the road. You can consider water and wastewater user fee increases. We can look at using OLG funding more and one-time reserve funding of backlog. Again, what we realized with the COVID-19 pandemic is, the OLG funding, while it's a great revenue source, I think we need to just be careful on what our ongoing reliance is. So I think it would be a great tool for us to help potentially catch up on some of the backlog that may have accumulated. But from a go forward basis, I don't know that we want to make sure that we're not being too reliant on it. Issuing debt is always an option. Obviously, we're trying to be mindful of our debt accumulation. We have a decent amount of debt room currently, but still, we don't want to be issuing it for just everything. We want to be saving it for those larger strategic long-term projects. Leveraging third-party grants, as I mentioned, staff have done a really good job stepping up and really trying to sort of apply to anything that we can, we are eligible for if we have a great initiative that we can put forward. We're partnering with a third party that's helping with some of that grant writing, which has been really helpful, but it's not a guarantee, and especially when they're application based, as much as it can help us, if we're lucky enough, it's not a replacement for that sort of stable annual funding that we're going to need moving forward. The less popular mitigation opportunities, but of course, need to be talked about at certain points, are looking at reductions in service levels. And I think that's where some of this asset management work is really going to help us look at that, look at the service levels, understand the cost a little bit better. And I think that'll aid in some of that decision making if that needs to be a topic of discussion. And then of course, divesting of older or underutilized assets. So speaking of the capital levy, we currently have an annual capital levy of 1.5%. It equates to roughly $1.3 million. Translating that, you're looking at about 1.3 kilometers of reconstructed road, 3 snow plow trucks. It gives you a bit of an idea of how far that funding could go. In the proposed, in your report, I should say, we are proposing a capital levy increase of 2.5%. That would bring the overall proposed capital levy to 4%, or $3.5 million annually. From a context perspective, because percentages can sometimes be challenging to digest, the impact you're looking at is about $3.45 per month for an average home assessed at $280,000. And so, that's sort of up for council's decision this evening in the report. It is being referred over to the operating budget process, but council could decide to refer the entire issue and discuss it during the operating budget deliberations. But we wanted to bring it up now just because it ties so well to what we're talking about in terms of long-term capital financing. I will reiterate, though, that none of the projects in the 2025 capital budget assumed this increase was approved. So if this gets completely referred to the operating budget process, there's no change to the budget in front of you today from that perspective. I spoke a little bit about debt, and I won't spend too much time on this. The real takeaway here is currently we have about $100 million worth of debt, including what's proposed. We talk in debt in the finance world from an annual repayment limit. So that looks at the total amount that you're making in annual payments and comparing that to your own source revenue. So what revenue you're able to bring in. Legislatively, there's a cap of 25%. We've set an internal policy limit through our debt management policy of 15%, and we're sitting at about 5.75% right now. So, when I do say we have debt room, we certainly do have some room to grow within our own policy limit, never mind the legislated limit. But, as we've discussed in the past with council, we want to be strategic with where and when we're using that. And you really do want to gear that towards sort of those longer term, longer lived investments. Debt can be one of those tools where you can use to sort of create some intergenerational equity so that, the future beneficiaries of a large facility, say, are actually paying for a small portion of it rather than putting that all on the backs of the current taxpayers. So it's something that we'll continue to bring up when the time is right. In terms of risk and opportunities, again, I've been saying this a lot. So it's really, we need to invest to maintain assets, or, we need to have that conversation about reducing service levels. So taking that a step further, just looking at some of our own facilities. So if we look at, Chippewa Arena, for example, it's over 50 years old. It's sort of at that run to fail point where it's sort of end of life, and we're talking about what the future could hold for it. But most of the conversation is around, something new to replace what's there. But it's important to note that, we still have the Gale Center and the McBain Community Center that are in that 15 to 20 year age point, still in great condition and still looking great, but are at that point in their life where they need some annual renewal. And we need to stay on top of that so that they can continue to serve the community for the foreseeable future. And the same can be said about City Hall, right? There's certainly some renewal needs because it's an older building, but as long as we stay on top of that, and I think that's sort of the big takeaway here, is that as long as we're investing on that ongoing renewal, it does help us avoid those costly asset failures down the road. We don't want to see sudden reductions in service because something needs to close unexpectedly. And in reality, if we use McBain as an example, we're doing renewal of about $3.5 million this year, roughly. Obviously, that's not replacing everything, but it is doing it. You know, it's moving the needle in terms of making sure we're investing. But if we were to go and build a brand new McBain Center or something of that caliber today, with construction costs the way they are, I don't think it would be unrealistic to think that could cost us $70 or $80 million. So when you put it in perspective like that, obviously I know that's not what we paid for it at the time, but you know, the money invested now to help take care of it and help maintain it, you know, it seems like a much smaller amount compared to if we were to let it sort of fall into disrepair and would need to end up completely replacing it. So, you know, I think we're on the right track. I think all of the conversation around asset management and investment is there. Now the pinch point that we're finding is just making sure that we're lining up sufficient funding on an annual basis to be able to keep up with everything so we don't fall further behind. A couple minor revisions I mentioned, and we do apologize, Municipal Works brought these to our attention. They have no net budget impact, but it is more so an expectation piece of we just didn't want to misrepresent. So in the 2025 Rural Surface Program, on page 121 of your budget book, we had 4 projects that were essentially in scope, like 4 segments, and there were 6 that were provisional items that were sort of optional. And, you know, what Municipal Works will likely do in these scenarios, and I won't speak for Mr. Nickel, is, you know, they will probably try to advance some of those provisional items if we get favorable pricing in the tender. So, you know, that's why they wanted to list them as potentials. But simply staff reprioritized. So they just swapped Carlin Road for Dell Road. But we wanted to make sure that that was clear for everyone. And one other one on the sidewalk replacement program, they've simply moved the Preakness Street work as a provisional item just to get pricing on it, and it may not necessarily proceed in 2025. Staff are evaluating that, so right now it's just been a shift to provisional. Now, talking about next steps. So, as Ms. Clark mentioned, the Strong Mayor powers are, you know, still relatively new. It was new last year. We're still working. So, in this year's budget, we released the capital budget book publicly on November 6th. So that 30-day review period for council amendment would technically end on December 5th. We received 4 amendments in writing as of Friday. So we've summarized them really quickly on slides that we'll go through briefly. And essentially, you know, when we turn the floor back over, it'll be, you know, council can discuss these amendments, and then there'll be decision points of whether we're shortening periods, et cetera, but these budget amendments will need to be decided on. So first and foremost, Councilor Coco brought forward 2 amendments. One is to defer the NS&T Trail Phase 2A and 2B project. That would result in about a $60,000 decrease to the capital budget. It was funded primarily by development charges with a small amount allocated from operating reserves. And then the Civic Square enhancement project is also being suggested for deferral, and that will result in a $175,000 decrease to the capital budget, and that was 100% funded from OLG funds. Councillor Peter Angelo brought forward 2 amendments. One is a net new project for an accessible swing. Now it's a $150,000 increase, but largely funded by the Wonder Falls Pass revenues that are in a reserve currently, with the remainder, like the site preparation work, et cetera, will be funded by the Parks Capital Special Purpose Reserve. And then the second amendment is actually related to a project that was recommended for deferral. So it's for the Fernwood Stormwater Management Pond, and the request isn't necessarily an immediate impact to the capital budget, so it's listed as 0 because the request simply is a report back during the operating budget process with some recommendations from staff on how to deal with the phragmites. And if there is going to be a budgetary impact to that, you know, the idea would be that it would be brought forward at that time and potentially handled through the operating budget deliberations. So just to go back to that slide and review, essentially those are the amendments we have received to date. Once they've been actioned, council has the ability to reduce the council amendment review period, and you could review it, basically reduce it up until today. If that occurs, the mayor can also reduce his veto period. And similar to last year, if that is the will of council and the mayor, the capital budget could be deemed adopted as early as this evening. So that's it for me.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy to field any questions.
All right, well done, Deputy. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Well done, Deputy. So maybe we'll keep you around, because I think there's going to be questions. So just before we get started, what I'd like to do, or what I'm going to suggest to council, the way we do this, we've got, looks like 4 amendments, is that right?
In writing,
Mr. Dowling?
we weren't sure if there had been any additional amendments that members of council wanted to bring forward, but we had asked where possible if they could be made in writing. So those are the only ones staff's aware.
So I've confirmed with the clerk, we gave until 4 PM on Friday. Everyone has had this budget since November the 6th, so everyone's had ample time to get their questions answered, to do the research. Then we had an education session last week, and then we had until Friday at 4 PM to get in any amendments, proposed amendments that we could debate. So we've had ample time. If there's anything beyond that, we'd need to get 2/3 majority. I have confirmed with our clerk. If there's anything beyond that, that you want consideration for an amendment, other than the 4 identified, 2 by Councillor Lococo and 2 by Councillor Pietrangelo. So that's the only part we're debating. The rest, nobody has contested or suggested amendments. So what I'd like to do is, let's first start with the main budget, less these 4 amendments. So I'm going to look to entertain a motion based on the main budget, and then we'll look at dealing with and that'll be less the 4 amendments, and then we'll deal with the 4 amendments separately. So I'd be looking for some kind of a direction, a motion from somebody. So Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Strange, if you'd like to.
I'm just not sure if I can make the full motion because I have some conflicts.
Well, how would that,
I
okay.
can vote for it.
Okay.
Like in general, I'm not sure that I'm able.
Okay, well, then I'm looking, if you're uncomfortable, Councillor Strange has his hand up.
So I'll move the budget without the 4 amendments.
Without the 4 amendments, right, okay. And were you seconding it, Councillor Newestag? Okay, so this is the part that nobody has sent in amendments on. So nobody should have any concerns with, or if you would have, you would have put something forward. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of questions.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, on page 129, the 2.4 million for the road reconstruction for the municipal serving for the South Niagara Hospital, is this 2.4 in addition to the 27 million approximately that we've been told that it was going to cost for the infrastructure? Is this in addition to the 27 million?
Mr. Dowling, do you have that information?
I might defer to
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Nickel as well.
Mr. Nickel? Okay, okay.
And I
So,
can help with
team approach. Team
Yeah,
approach.
through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be correct. These are costs the region have incurred through the delivery of their contract on our behalf.
Okay, thank you. On page 336, the Workplace Fitness Center, I'm not questioning the 57,000. What I am intrigued by is on the back page on 336, it says that there's 1,050,444 from capital SPR reserve funds. It was pre-2025. What is that?
I
Mr.
can answer
Dowling?
that one, yes. Through the mayor, this is a bit of a presentation item on our end. So what we ended up doing was, because it was a small individual project, the proposal was to add this initiative to an existing City Hall capital improvements project that we have. So in effect, the 2025 amount is accurate in terms of that's what's additional, but the previous funding was, several years worth of additional capital improvements that we've made at City Hall, but isn't necessarily, isn't related at all to the 2025 ask. It's just our way of administratively kind of bundling together City Hall improvements all in one place.
Okay, thank you. I was a little afraid we were having a $1 million fitness
No,
center.
and I appreciate you bringing that up, because we noticed that after the book went out and realized that it wasn't really noted, so
Okay, thank you.
we appreciate that.
On page 291, and I've talked to Ms. Dolch about this, could she explain a little bit further about the secondary plan for the MTO and the lands in the GNGH, old GNGH site?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the secondary plan, whether it'll be a secondary plan or not, right now we have some agreement with the region that it'll just be a minor official, like an official plan amendment for a site-specific amendment. This is the property it's a collective. We own property in it, the region owns property in it, and there's other landowners in it as well. And we're looking at obviously making some changes and intensifying that area. It's located at the 420 and Stanley, which is a key intersection for the city. So it is inside our existing urban area boundary. I know there might have been some confusion with some correspondence that it may be outside of our urban area boundary. There is South Hospital secondary plan, which is outside, but this one is inside on Stanley in the 420. So, and this one is 100% DC funded. And what we've asked for is just a bump up because it was something on the plan last year. And we need to do some environmental assessment work on the site. Obviously, we've acquired lands as well as the hospital. When it decommissions, we need to understand what the environmental implications are. Ultimately, we're hoping for maybe some public-private partnership for affordable housing, those kinds of things, and we need to be prepared on what we can put on that site. So this is why we're asking for the funding this year, so that we can be prepared to try to intensify and get this site shovel-ready, because it's something in both our control and the region's control, which is large tracts of land for us.
Great, thank you. On page 299, the artificial intelligence for 1.13 million. If someone can just expand a little bit on it, was this included in the ERP software projections that we had before, or is this completely new?
Through the mayor, no, this would be something new. However, this is marked as a deferred project, so we are not proposing that actually move forward at this time.
Thank you. Page 361, the Chippewa Arena. I've talked to the CAO before about this, and I just wanted some clarification. So we're looking at $825,000 to plan for it, plus 120 from the OLG fund, so 945, and that's just to see if we're able to put the arena, the library, a multi-facility there. Before anything else, we're spending almost $1 million.
Mr. CAO?
Thank you, and I'll have Kathy and Travis jump in if I screw anything up. But the feasibility study, it contains a feasibility study aid to see what our ice needs are, because there are some questions in the community whether we should be replacing it with one rink or two rinks due to population increases. So that's part of this study. The other part of the study is to do initial design work on the thing so that you can get to some preliminary costing at that. So, and then that way, council would be in a better position to undertake options. One of the options will be cheap and cheerful, do the very basic minimum to replace the rink to get the rink serviceable again. What's the implication to the hockey season? Because you're probably losing one hockey season if you go to renovate the existing site. And then what are the implications to the change rooms and other aspects to it? I also believe the feasibility study will take a look at potentially using the existing rink as a dryland facility, and what is the demand for dryland activities. So it will prepare council to answer all the questions so that they can make a clear decision on what is the realistic cost to build new. Should we only be building one rink? Should we be building two rinks? Should we be preparing for a dryland facility? And there's also the library question in Chippewa. Integrating the library into that facility, what is the additional cost for that? So it covers a number of activities.
Thank you, but it's almost $1 million.
It is almost, because you have preliminary design work on that, and that drives some of the cost up. You also have to have a feasibility assessment of that building too, because the building is somewhat dated. So what can you do with that building on a renovation basis? So you need to be going in eyes wide open on that.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll have comments later on.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I was just hoping that maybe staff can give a comment. I mean, we passed the parking budget. We're looking at the capital budget. It's $50 million. I would imagine that people at home are wondering, how does this affect me? Am I going to have to pay more money because the city is putting out a budget? They're going to spend $50 million. But I understand that there's a transfer from operating that hasn't increased from last year. So I just want staff, I can explain it, Your Worship, but I like it better sometimes when it comes from staff. Not that the information is more reliable, it's just that I think they put it in a better way. So perhaps staff can give a comment, Your
All
Worship.
right, let's go to our treasurer to start this one off.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the parking budget, as I mentioned, is self-sustaining, so it is funded by the user fees, the fines, and the permits, so there is no impact to the taxpayer and their property tax bill or their water wastewater rates. Same thing with the capital right now. So because we have not proposed any increase, we've proposed an increase of the capital levy, because we have not included any of that increase in the capital budget. If you pass today's capital budget at the 50 million that it is at, there is no impact on the taxpayer's bill for this capital budget or the water wastewater rates. We've kept it at the base funding that was included in last year. So we are assuming no increase in funding, but we were also assuming no decrease in funding.
It's important to mention.
Yep. Any other questions? Nope, okay. Any other, yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Nicol. We have in our capital budget, we are purchasing one new snowplow. And now this weather, it doesn't snow that much. So if the snowplow, for example, we have snowplow, do we use them for some other purposes in the winter, or we just use them solely for shoveling the snow?
Mr. Nicol.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a great question. Even if we don't get much snow, we still have to meet the provincial regulations to clear snow from roads within certain timeframes. So we do need the equipment. We are trying to purchase larger size, we call them tandem axle plows that have a larger bed, and we don't use our single axle vehicles. We have about 15 to 18 of those. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but the newer vehicles we're buying are a little bit larger, so they hold more material, and they're able to be used for excavations and hauling material to dump sites. So we are dual purposing the new purchases, but we still have to have a mix of some of the smaller plows in our inventory.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Since we're replacing plows, so what happens to the older plow? Do we run them to fail?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we would dispose of the older plows because they've met the end of their useful life. Anything in our inventory that we're operating is still useful, and we'll continue to use it, and we'll replace only once it's reached the end of its life.
Okay. And one more question, Mr. Mayor, through you. We're purchasing 2 new street sweepers. So how many are we going to have total, and how many did we have before, and how did we do street sweeping before?
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, this is a really interesting topic because our service levels are being adjusted right now. We've had 2 street sweepers traditionally, and those street sweepers were used year-round, not in the wintertime, I should say. But in the spring, we do a major spring cleanup, and we've contracted that work out, and it would cost several $100,000 to contract that work out. 2 years ago, that contractor decided not to renew a contract, and we couldn't get anyone in. We rented 2 pieces of equipment for 3 months. There's a large cost to rent the equipment, but we actually had a net savings over $100,000 between contracting it out and renting it, using our own men to do the work. Now we're moving towards a fall sweep this year. You'll see our sweepers out in the older combined sewer areas to try to prevent some of the leaves from entering the sewers and clogging them and causing other issues, and also to help the spring cleanup go quicker and easier in the spring. All of that to say, the 2 new plows we have will help us avoid having to do any more rentals. There's an uncertainty of what the equipment is that's coming to us. Is it available for rent? Every municipality is looking to rent equipment in the spring. So the 2 new pieces of equipment will replace 2 pieces of equipment that are at the end of their life, but we're hoping to keep them in service as backups for a short period of time and potentially sell one and keep one as a spare and backup. What we don't want to do is have 4 sweepers going in the spring, have 2 down for repairs, and then work into July to start to keep sweeping the streets. So we want to have those backups in our inventory. They do undertake a lot of wear and tear when they're out every single day, so it's important to have a few backups and have a few new ones running. So I have a lot more I could say on it, Councillor, but I hope that helps answer the question.
Just to that point, through you, Mr. Mayor, if this passes, when would we have the sweepers?
Yeah, thank you. And it's a great point, Mr. Mayor. We would proceed with our procurements as soon as possible, and we've scoped that out, and there is about a 1 to 2 month delivery time. They are available for us to purchase, so we would hope to have it in for our spring cleanup.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Dowling or our treasurer? Okay, seeing none.
Can I
Oh,
make
yep.
some comments?
Yeah, well, no, you can make
Well,
a,
first of all,
yeah,
do we still keep the sweepers' names?
Well-
Sweepers' names?
great question. I was thinking the same thing.
What are those names?
Oh,
Obi-Wan,
Obi-Wan Klenobi and
Klenobi,
Honeymoon
yeah.
Sweep.
yeah,
Honeymoon sweep?
Yeah, and Obi-Wan Klenobi.
Kenobi.
those are
Gotta
awesome.
keep those.
Yeah, I have to.
We can do another contest if you want to.
We should do that. I just want to talk a little bit about the budget.
Talk about a little bit about the budget and how it's a responsible budget. You know, we have a asset management plan, and maybe, Eric, you can explain just to the public that are watching just about the asset management plan and what we have to do to entail that and inventory and whatsoever, and then keeping up the life of different inventory, or yourself, James, whatever, to keep up on that as well.
Who'd like to,
Attack this.
I think James, that's for
Combination,
you.
whatever you want.
We both looked at each other, but I think
I'll start. and
Eric
I'll-
won that stare contest, yeah.
I'll start and I'll let Mr. Nickel chime in. Yeah, through the mayor, I guess, Councillor, that there's a few different factors when it comes to asset management. So there's the sort of ongoing maintenance costs of our assets, making sure that they're just, maintained. Then there's the capital renewal requirements that we need to be mindful of. So where we're at right now is we're trying to work out a financial strategy to try to address sort of the annual renewal costs to make sure that we've got, essentially a large enough allocation in the budget that we're not falling behind on it. The other issue, though, and this is what the asset management plans highlight, is that there is there's the funding gap currently, but there also is a bit of a backlog of, different life cycle opportunities where we weren't able to do some major investments in some of our assets. So we have to also consider the catch up of that. And that's sort of, I alluded to it, I don't know if I said it very clearly, but that's where we're hoping to rely on, OLG funding and reserve funding and sort of these one-time funding sources to help us chip away at that backlog. And, in the meantime, work to try to establish a more sustainable funding stream so that, at the same time, we're not adding to that backlog as we go. So it's a bit of an exercise in taking stock of our assets. And I will say, and I think I said this earlier, the level of service piece is really important. So that's what we're looking at right now. And I think it'll be a really good tool for council to understand the current level of service that the city's operating at, and it'll make that decision making a little bit easier because we can start making decisions of, well, the residents might be willing to accept a slightly lower service level and there could be some cost savings there, or maybe they expect a higher service level, and that in turn means that there might need to be more additional investment. But it's really helpful for us to have those tools and that analysis at our disposal, as more so as communication, because as you sort of alluded to as well, like the whole concept of asset management isn't always the easiest to digest. So at the end of the day, it's easy to use, like a home analogy, right? You want to make sure that you've got, enough savings, we'll say, that, when your roof finally starts leaking or it fails, that, you're not having to run to the bank to take out a loan to replace it. If you've, been able to, save away a little bit so that you're prepared when that happens, that's ideal. At the same time, you want to maintain it. So, those failures might be less likely if you were, taking care of it and investing a little bit of money all along the way into your home so that it never became an outright failure.
Yeah.
So.
And you know what, this is something that wasn't implemented from the city, this was implemented from the province, and maybe one of you can just explain what year it came in, and when is it supposed to be, when are we supposed to have our inventory and everything kind of coordinated to where we're, and what happens if we don't reach those targets of our asset management plan? Is there a punishment or a fine or anything from the government where they come in? Because every municipality in Ontario has to do this, and I know a lot of municipalities are struggling because of this, especially Toronto.
Mr. Dowling, you want to start?
Sure, yeah, I'll start, and I see a couple other excited folk on the side over there that might want to
Really, where?
So you're right, it is a legislative requirement. It started back in 2019 with a policy requirement to establish an asset management policy, followed by the core asset management plan, which we've implemented, the non-core asset management plan, which we've completed, and now this levels of service piece. I think the big thing for me, and I'm speaking somewhat candidly and saying I don't know that the province is initially going to be punitive in the sense that there'd be fines or penalties. However, we are seeing that asset management related questions and information about the status of your asset management plans is becoming a core component of a lot of our grant applications. So, sometimes it's just our allocation-based grants. We're seeing some of them use asset management metrics in terms of how they're calculating the grant that's coming to us. In other cases, they want to know that you're progressing. So we've got a couple application-based grants where it says, cool, fill out this assessment that tells us how far along you are at meeting the provincial, stipulated timelines, essentially. And I'd be shocked if they weren't turning around and using that as an evaluation criteria, because, our CEOs mentioned before, at the end of the day, these upper levels of governments, they want to invest, but they also want to know that the municipalities are being responsible with the funds that they're sending down to other levels of government. And so showing that we've adopted an asset management plan and that we're adopting some of these best practices, gives them comfort in knowing that we're going to be good stewards of that funding if we were successful in an application.
So what you're saying is, we've been maintaining that infrastructure, whether it's roads, sewers, pools, recreation, whatever it may be, then we can actually maybe ask for some funding from the province, and they say, yeah, these guys have been maintaining this so-and-so for so long, this is a good funding source. Where if you haven't been doing it, so why would you give you funding if you're not going to be taking care of your infrastructure?
Agreed, and I'll be honest, it's not like I've observed this, but the way that those questions are being asked and the type of information that's being collected, I can only assume they want to know that, they're being responsible with the allocation of their funding. And, it isn't quite like a credit rating, but in a sense, they're assessing how responsible you're being with their funding. And if we're proving that we're taking good care of our assets and we're being good stewards of the assets in the community, they're going to be that much more willing, I think, in my opinion, to invest in the city. And if we're looking for some support, I think they'd be more willing to, knowing that we would use their dollars responsibly.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we're doing that this year, and we're spending in the right areas, including the roads, the sewers, our fleet, fire equipment, the library extension. So expansion. So I think it's good. I would never want to vote against these things. So obviously I'm in for the budget, but I just want to congratulate staff on this good budget.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? Yes, Councilor Newestead.
I'm probably going to echo a lot of what Councillor Strange said, but I did prepare because I thought this was a very important budget. I did want to start off by thanking city staff for the hard work, dedication, and thoughtfulness that they contributed when they put this budget together. I know a lot of work went into it. In looking at it and being 2 years in this role, you gain a lot more better understanding. So I would say, if I was to describe the 2025 budget, I would call it a very responsible budget. We saw that 94% of the capital budget focuses on investments in the state of good repair of the existing aging assets, as well as growth-related investments. We've heard from residents through our surveys that what they wanted to see, and we see the allocation being proportionately spent that way, such as municipal works being top, with Parks and Recs coming in after corporate services, and also the debt, responsible debt financing, the $2.5 million, which is mitigated through development charges and increases and develop phased-in approach, which makes it very responsible. But I do want to comment on two parts of the budget. The first one is the funding gap. So we've heard that we're being told that the current investment isn't enough, that we need to invest $100 million, and yet we have $50 million, and leaving this $50 million gap. So at this time, as Tiffany Clark mentioned, it's not an increase to our taxpayers. That 1.5% that's coming from the capital levy is exactly what it has been, as funding all the projects. However, we're being asked to consider a 4% increase, or a 2.5% increase, to bring it to a 4%. And that's where this balancing act comes in. So on the one hand, we want to be prudent. We don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish and not keep our assets in good shape. Therefore, not being able, like for example, municipal works, what I understand, 60% of our budget, municipal works, comes out of the capital, of which 30%, or 1/3 of it's being, 30% is being funded through federal, provincial, and Canada government grants. And if we don't keep our things in good repair, then we're going to lose out on that. So that's that penny wise, pound foolish. However, on the other side, we have to be very cognizant of the taxpayer affordability. So it's very much a balancing act, and we have to figure out the service level as well. So I just want to say that I am open to the discussion of some increase. I don't know if I'd be at the whole 2.5%, but I'd like to see if we can defer that until we get to the operating budget to see what the whole budget phrase looks like before we make comment on just all of a sudden adding this right now. However, we do need to keep aware of our assets and make sure they're in good repair so we don't lose future funding. The second part is I want to talk to one of the 28 deferred items that represent the $20 million. I've done my homework here. And of that is the boat launch, the Chippewa boat ramp that has been deferred. I've spoken about it. Having those deaths occur because of that river has been of great concern. Last summer, I spent an afternoon with the chief, and we went there trying to figure out what we can do, and it was quite an education. I know up until this point, the fire department's done everything they can so far. They've done joint training, they've done videos, education, signage. But when you're there, you really come to understand, and we met with the people swimming. We talked to everybody that we could to try and understand, and really what happens, how that death happens to occur so quickly is because of lack of rapid response time. So that boat launch was definitely going to be an asset to help save people's lives, because it's, when you're there, it doesn't matter what you're doing. If they hit a certain spot, they're going under. Although we've heard of the deaths, what we learned that day was weekly how many people, and the chief could probably speak to it as well, there are other people there are saving them because they get caught in those currents, and we have the St. John ambulance as well. So although it's not something I'm asking that we look at right now, just because so much money has already gone into the design phase, and the chief has mentioned that he's in discussions with OPG to see if they can help fund it. So if it can become a contingent project, if next year, if we can raise it to the top, because I think it's something that really should be considered because of the safety and lives that we do not want to lose. Anyway, again, I just want to thank you for all the hard work, a very responsible budget, and I think our residents should be very impressed with the staff and the level of work that they do and the competency that we have here. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Sorry, I thought we were still on questions, so I do have some comments.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I do appreciate all of the work that staff have put into this budget. This is months and months, if not last year, they've already started this, so a lot of work has gone into that, and I do realize that. With the cost of goods and inflation and the struggles that everyone is having, I do not think that this is sustainable. Instead of adding new projects, we should be maintaining our current assets. Instead of adding new service levels, we should be trying to maintain what we have. We added more than 30 new hires last year. I know there's only a few in this portion of the budget, but come the operating budget, I don't know how many are going to be there, but we have to be cognizant about the new hires that we add. I believe that the residents should not be paying for all of the infrastructure improvements at the new hospital, that the other municipalities in the region should be contributing. I know the region is doing some portion, but that's a lot of money. We hear it's now $29 million. I believe that the NSNT trail, I know it's covered by DCs, but we could use it for other necessary projects. This is over.
Well, those are your amendments, so NSNT.
Okay,
so let's save that.
I'll leave
Yeah.
that one. For the capital levy, the 1.5 we added last year, and now we're looking at adding 2.5, and I'm a little uneasy about approving the 4%. So I do like Councillor Newestig's amendment to defer that part. This increase will be in addition to the operating levy, to the region's increase, the police increase, and the transit increase. And I know that Ms. Clark said that there's no effect on people's taxes for this budget, but it's worked into the levy about what is there for the operating budget. So in essence, it is. We are spending taxpayers' money, whether it's development charges, whether it's a grant, whether it's a special reserve or reserve, it is taxpayers' money. So if we're spending it now, we can't spend it on other things. So I think we have to be cognizant of that. We have to curb our spending. It is unsustainable. In this budget, there's 16% of this budget is for growth, strategic investment, and service level enhancements. If I have a decrease of income at home, I amend my expenses, or I try to bring in new. I think that we have good intentions of what we want to give our residents, but residents are really hurting, and I think we need to curb that. I think that we should be doing the same thing that we try to do at home when we're trying to decrease our expenses, you don't go and enhance other areas. So those were my comments, and then we can deal with the two amendments after.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so it sounds like you're going to vote against the budget for some reason. And why would you make an amendment if you're going to vote against the budget? And if you have more than one amendment, just tell us the amendments and we'll include them after the regular budget, and we'll just basically pass what you want passed, and then we'll deal with every amendment single by single. If you want to do that. If you have more amendments, it sounds like you do, just give them to us.
Through the chair, no, I do not have any amendments. It's the concept of what I'm looking at. We're adding a lot of new things in the budget. We're increasing service levels, and that's what I'm afraid of to put towards our residents. I'm afraid of the 4% capital levy. That is going to affect their levy. I'm afraid of all of the new things that we're adding. We need to stop spending, and we need to do it in a sustainable way.
But then why are you making an amendment if you're just going to vote against the budget?
Through the chair, I wanted it on record about the NSNT trail. That's a lot of money over 10 years, and I know it's development charges, but over the next 10 years, that's going to be our staff, that's going to be our resources, and then we're told...
Maybe just focus on, rather than the amendments, just focus
Okay.
on the budget right now.
I was asked that question, so that's why the NSNT, but I did not have any other amendments. I have major concerns with the budget as a whole. So I did put those two, I wasn't going to go through every single brand new item and put them on as amendments. I didn't think that was a good use of time, our staff's or mine.
So the only concern with that, Councillor, is then if you vote against the budget, you vote against the library, you vote against the roads, against the parks, you vote against everything.
Fire,
Everything, fire. That's the problem with, if you have amendments, that's why we have this process like this, so everyone had 20 days to till today, where you could have brought them forward, and we could deal with them one by one if they're a concern. Also, you mentioned that you have a concern around the increase in the annual capital levy. We're dealing with, that's item 9. We can vote for them separately. You can vote for the budget and against that separately if you choose. Just saying, it's not one all-encompassing vote necessarily if we want to split them out. Just throw that out there.
Thank you. The levy was already brought up by Councillor Newestake, so it's interesting how it's number 9 when I'm bringing it up, and it was not addressed when another councillor brought it up. So yes, it is a concern, and I'm not going to bring up we've always been told we shouldn't go through line by line. We don't want to be micromanaging our staff. I have a concern of the whole budget, and I have a right to have that concern. So if I have to vote against the whole budget, and if it's going to be pointed out I'm against fire and I'm against the library, I'm not against fire, I'm not against the library, I'm against the concept of how we're spending our money.
And the reason, Councillor, I'm not sure why you differentiated between my comment with you versus Councillor Newestag. I'm simply pointing out, you're saying you're opposed, that's why you're going to vote against it. She didn't say she's going to vote against it. I'm just saying we can have an opportunity by separating out all the 11 different recommendations. You can vote for some and vote against some. You don't have to be against everything, because unfortunately, I know what you're saying, but it does make you opposed to the things you support. That's the only problem with voting against the entire capital budget. It means you're against everything, and I don't think that's what you're trying to do.
Agreed, and that's not what I'm trying to do, but if you look at those nine recommendations.
The 11? Or there's 11 there.
Well, there's 10 now.
There's 10?
Am I on the wrong one?
I've got on mine 11, did it change?
It
11.
was amended. Okay, just a second. Yeah, I hit the wrong one. Oh, sorry, there is 11. So if I was, and I have a list here of the 11 of what I approve and what I don't, but that doesn't drill down to the individual concept of what I'm opposed to. So yes, I can go and vote for closing the project list. I can go ahead and vote for the budget amendments to swap from capital to special reserve to the OLG on attachment 5. I've written them all down of what I approve and what I don't, but it's not the whole concept, the whole theory of the budget. So number 9 is about the levy, and I said I agreed with Councillor Newestig that maybe we should defer it.
Well, we'll have that opportunity when we vote. just this, I believe, is a zero increase capital budget, is it not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The motion number 9, whether that's deferred or not, or approved, does not affect the budget as presented to you today in the capital. It would be an opportunity for us to allocate that funding in the future, should it be approved.
So although I know we're sensitive to bottom line, we've got to be just as sensitive to leaky roofs, broken down trucks, potholes, leaky basements. Unfortunately, we have to deal with some of the realities that we've got in front of us. So that's my only comments. Before I call the vote, I know we do have, yes, Councillor Patel? Yeah, I've got you back there.
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank staff for the very strong and healthy capital budget, because most of the budget portion is maintaining our facilities and fleet program for our municipal works. We have been pushing it down the year for the last 2 years. We kept on cutting the fleet program. And when we talk about having our staff driving in a fleet that doesn't even pass a safety test, that's a safety hazard. We have fire protective gears for fire department. We approve that. So we should be approving for the municipal work staff for their safety too. So I'm actually very happy that we're addressing the fleet program this time, because I remember I'm the one who suggested the cut to the fleet program last year and year before. So it is a great budget, and with the growth related projects, when city grows, I think then demand grows too. And you have to grow with the city. And I do understand that we have to figure out our wants and needs. But when the city grows, there are certain things do become needs. They're not wants. So I do see that we have certain percent of growth-related projects, they are not out of the ordinary. They're just asking what is needed and what people are asking for. So I actually see this budget as a very healthy budget. And I do think the recommendation 9, yeah, it does make sense to look at the whole percentage when we are doing the operating budget, but I'm not sure. Maybe I will hear what other councillors have to say. But this is a great budget, and I think I don't know if anybody will not support it, but maybe in a operating budget time, I'm not sure. So I want to hear other councillors' opinion, what they think.
Okay.
And one more thing, sorry.
Yes.
I would like to put one suggestion for the capital budget for next year. If we can put in our deferred projects into the budget, so we know what we deferred and what is the new project, if that's possible.
For sure. So through the mayor, I think from what I'm hearing, it's twofold. I know when we presented the capital budget book this year, sort of the way that we'd incorporated the deferred projects, I think we're going to look at grouping those together in one section, so it's a little bit easier to follow. We'll also try to see, it's a little bit challenging sometimes because of the moving target, but now that we have a better forecast, I think we'll be able to also better keep track of, for example, of the $20 million worth of projects this year that were deferred, if some of them are advancing next year. So long as the scope has it, sometimes we end up completely changing the scope of the project, but provided it stays the same, we can certainly attempt to see if we can try to indicate what's advancing now that was previously deferred.
So we do have a member of the public who'd like to address council on the capital budget. If you'd like to step forward, Mr. Burdett, introduce yourself, and we'll start the clock. Of course, you'll have the 5 minutes, as you're aware.
Preliminary matter. My initial presentation was going to exceed 5 minutes, so I've revised this one. I won't require any display on the screen. And I've made determinations that it should take about 4.5 minutes, and I'll certainly be around for any questions afterwards.
Okay.
Presentation to the City Council on the 2025 budget. Introduction. City Council members and residents of Niagara Falls. In this presentation, I will outline actionable steps to bolster our city's financial health and drive development in 2025. I aim to see a reduction in the oppressive capital budget levy increases that this current council has consecutively subjected upon the residents of Niagara Falls. Additionally, I advocate for the construction of a capital facility equivalent to the Eleanor Meisner Aquatic Center. To achieve this endeavor, we must all work together. I will voluntarily vet every approved zoning amendment that has crossed and will cross your table. If I determine that a reassessment of the property will result in a reasonable outcome of producing additional tax income revenue for this administration, I will initiate that action. Proposal: I ask that the administration place the captured funds in a capital reserve to be used towards the realization of the center, and consider implementing the following courses of action. Number 1, selling surplus land. Niagara Falls has a substantial amount of underutilized surplus land. Selling these properties will generate substantial revenue to fund critical projects and services. For instance, the 4500 Park Street property with a $2 million cleanup investment can be sold to recoup our investment and generate nearly $60,000 annually in commercial class property taxes. Additionally, selling surplus land can attract new businesses and residents, further boosting our local economy. Number 2, reassessing properties. Several properties in our city have not been reassessed for taxes in recent years. It is critical to reassess these properties to ensure their valuations reflect true market value. Properties around the train station, now zoned for skyscraper tall buildings, have significantly increased in value. The city should file property tax appeals to capture the increased value. A recent ARB decision involving the Canadian Tire Corporation and the City of Toronto shows that properties are reassessed at their highest and best use, leading to multi-million-dollar reassessments. By my estimate, the City of Toronto successfully retained and captured an instant $10 million and an ongoing $1.5 million annual tax levy. The 2024 ARB decision involving Canadian Niagara Hotels and the City of Niagara Falls demonstrated the potential tax revenue from reassessments. By my estimate, the City of Niagara Falls managed to successfully retain and capture $12.6 million instantly and an ongoing $1.4 million annual tax levy. One single successful assessment of a large development, let alone several, has the potential to substantially reduce the required capital levy within a given year. These reassessments will ensure fairness in property taxes and increase our revenue without raising tax rates. Conclusion: both the city administration and residents must be more proactive in capturing those lost tax revenues. Regulations allow private residents to act independently if the administration does not pursue a reassessment. A $318 assessment review board filing fee is all that's required to trigger statutory participation from both the city and MPAC in pursuing reassessments. By selling surplus land and reassessing properties, we can create a more sustainable and prosperous future for Niagara Falls. I look forward to discussing these proposals and working together to achieve our common goal. Nonetheless, I am fully prepared to proceed without the administration's guidance, advice, and/or participation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burdette. Any questions for the presenter? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've had, how did we want to do this, by the way? There are 11 recommendations. Is there a preference on how you want to handle? Do you want to do them individually or in blocks? I know that you do, it sounds like what I'm hearing, you want to discuss number 9. Is there any other items of concern that you want separated out? Okay, well, why don't I seek, yes, Councilor Lococo?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we can separate number 5 out of the first 9, like the first 8 and then 9 separate and then 10 and 11 separate?
Sorry, I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Pull out number 5.
Okay, 5.
And then do 1 to 8 and then 9, 10, and 11 separate.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm looking, we already have a motion, right? Yes, I'm sorry. It was yourself and Councilor Newestag, right? Is that right? Yeah. So are you good then if we first do items 1 through 8? We'll skip over 5 right now. And then we'll as well do 10 and 11. Okay? So, and we'll come back to 5 and then we'll come back to 9. Does that make sense? Okay, are you comfortable with that seconder as well, Councilor Newsteg? Yep, okay, great. So does everyone understand? We're gonna vote on 1 to 8 and, I'm sorry, skipping 5. What's that? Yeah, but it's, I'm comfortable with it. And it's one of the recommendations, so I'm good with it. Okay, right, okay, good, okay, gotcha, or 10.
1 to 8 minus 5.
Yep,
Then go back to 5, then 9, then
sounds good. Okay, got it. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Mr. Clerk, you're good with that? Could you explain it to me, please? Just, okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and you're for, Counselor? Okay, so we're unanimous on that. And now we're gonna go back to 5. 5 is that council approved the 2 new full-time equivalent positions. Those are under bylaw, is that right? Or bylaw positions, Ms. Clark?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, in the capital budget, that would be 1 new project manager and a landscape coordinator.
Okay, gotcha. So, yes, same 2 people, okay, Counselor Strange and Newestag, okay. Do we have any, so we've already had, so we'll call that vote. This is gonna be just on 5. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so Counselor Lococo opposed for number 5. And now we go to number 9. So now this is the annual capital levy. So there's a recommendation by staff that we go to 2, okay, did you want to explain this one, Ms. Clerk? Just that one?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. So, as Mr. Dowling mentioned, we kind of brought this forward because it does tie in with the capital budget. We are not opposed to it being referred to the operating budget. So, as the motion stands, we're asking for the approval today to increase the annual capital levy by 2.5% from 1.5% to 4%. And then this would take place, we would add that to the operating budget in January. Or council can decide to defer the whole thing to the January meeting.
Okay, so council, so we've got, currently it's 1.5% as our capital levy. There's a recommendation by staff to go up by 2.5% to 4%. So we've got a few options. One option is we pick a number, the other option is we refer this to operating. So what's the will of council? 1 point? Okay, so we'll keep it at 1.5, because you're the original movers, so I'm gonna go to you first. So we'll keep it at 1.5 and refer the increase to the operating budget, is that right?
Well, but then you're not referring anything, you're keeping it at 1.5.
Well, we're maintaining. Do we need to motion to maintain it at 1.5?
I thought the whole idea was to see whether or not there was an appetite from council to actually increase the infrastructure levy. So, I mean, I'd be happy with adding, another 1% or another 1.5%. But I do want to refer that over to the operating budget, because I do want to see the operating budget before I actually vote on everything. But that's where I would stand, Your
Okay.
Worship, and I'll wait to hear from others.
Okay, yeah, okay. So, would you like to then refer item number 9 to the operating budget? Is that your suggestion? Okay. So it's a referral motion that we deal with this at the operating. Okay, we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, everyone feels strongly about that. And now we've got some amendments. So I'm going to go back to our clerk to, if you would, walk us through the amendments. Oh, and our treasurer will put them on the screen to make it easier for you and me.
Yeah, so as was mentioned during the presentation from Mr. Dowling, we had amendments from 2 councilors, and depending on what comes up on the screen, I think we'll have likely Councilor Lococo's first, I think that's just the way I see them listed on the agenda here. And it's probably best to have the counselor speak to those amendments.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Lococo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first one is the NSNT trail. I spoke a little bit about this before. Over the next 10 years, the project is going to be over 12 million. I thought it was 12.7, but I've seen a 12.3 number, so I'll just say over 12. And I know that it's going to be through development charges, but there'll also be operating costs for staff after the trail is built, and again, staff resources. And we always hear that there's not enough staff, that the resources are being pulled to do other things. We need to hire consultants. I don't think that this is the best use of the funds. And as I said in there about hard economic times, I know that no one is going to approve it. So how does this amendment affect the strong mayor's budget if it gets
I don't intend to.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just going to go along with the will of council.
Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah.
But does having this amendment on here affect the
The timing?
time frame? Because if it does, I'll remove it. I know no one's going to.
Who could answer that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I don't believe having the amendment on there is going to affect the time frame. So this is council's opportunity to vote yes or no to it. If council voted yes and the mayor didn't like it, the mayor would have an opportunity to veto. If the mayor vetoed and council didn't like that, council would have an opportunity by a 2/3 vote to override the mayor.
So when they're waiting for me out in the parking lot?
So that's the first motion.
Okay.
And
so,
it was to be deferred.
pardon me?
It was to be deferred.
Okay.
And I know it was only 60,000 for the planning, but it was the whole concept. If you start the planning, then the rest is going to go. So I asked to defer it until the following year.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilor Lococo. Do we have a second for that amendment? Okay, is there a second for that amendment? Okay, it looks like that one's not going to take flight, Councilor.
That's fine, I thought that. Page 339, the Civic Square enhancements. Again, the economic times and spending money on things that, in addition to that we already have. I understand that we were looking for revenues, and I understand that we were looking for new ways of bringing money, and that was one of them. But I didn't think spending that money when we were given a report about basic wedding was a good use of our funds. So I asked for it to be deferred at this time.
Okay, and on the second proposed amendment, do we have a seconder to Councilor Lococo's proposal? Okay, looks like neither of them are going to pick up traction. Okay, yes, Councilor Pietrangelo.
Are we allowed to make comments on either of them?
Mr. Clerk, you want to comment on the question?
Yeah, I mean, that's not really covered in the procedural bylaw since it wasn't seconded. It would be more the will of the chair. I personally don't see an issue with comments being made and received.
Okay, so the clerks doesn't have concerns with comments?
Oh, okay. Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to make a couple comments on the NS&T line. The project that's in here is simply to ask for, and it's only $6,000 from the operating budget, to redesign what's there for the NS&T so that the trail actually stays along the railway corridor. So it's actually to save money, Your Worship, and I mean, to say that you're, opposed to the overall cost of the project's already going forward this year. Phase 1 is already moving forward. It's already in our capital budget. It's moving forward. I mean, we used to have a Trails and Bikeway Committee, and then that was disbanded, and it was either going to join with the Recreation Committee or it was going to join with the Park and the City Committee. It joined with the Park and the City Committee, which is now the Environmental Action Committee. And we talk about active transportation corridors all the time. They're very much desirable from, both a physical and a mental standpoint. And I think the reason why it's so heavily covered in development charges probably goes back to planning. I think council set a goal of 50% intensification of all applications that we approved. We wanted it to be in the built-up area. We ended up being, I think, and probably Ms. Dolch would be able to give us the exact number, but I think we were around 60%. So 60% of all the new homes that got built were already in intensified areas. What that means, Your Worship, is that we as a council need to look internally as to what amenities we can add inside our already built-up areas. And this is just one of them, Your Worship. I mean, we owe it to the development side of it. That's who's paying for these type of projects. So I just wanted to make those comments and put that out there. It's not residents' money, Your Worship. It comes from the fact that there's been so much internal development inside the built-up area of Niagara Falls that we've collected all those development charges, and we need to use it to add another amenity inside the built-up area.
Thank you for that. Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as far as NSNT line, we've been trying to get this trail going for, I don't know, almost 3-4 years with the Environmental Action Committee. And spent a lot of time and a lot of effort with staff. I know Eric Nicol, Dave Anderson, like hundreds of hours of designing this. This was an old electric train back in the day, and it's going to be amazing. And they're all funded by development charges. Actually, this year it's so that out of that 60,000, 6,000 is towards the capital budget. That's at $6,000, and it's going to be amazing. And as well as that trail, we're offering trees along the trail to give some buffers from all the residents back onto it. So it's going to be a great opportunity. We have a great trail right now, the Millennium Trail, that runs north to south, south to north, and then we have this west to east. It's going to be amazing, and the history behind it. I know Paisley Janvary was very excited about this, and because she was here when that train was going, so it was the main piece of transportation coming in from Toronto to Niagara Falls. So it's very disheartening when you have a lot of staff and a committee that's been working a long time, years of doing something like this, and then when somebody just wants it taken out because of $6,000, almost 90% of this is covered by development charges, and there's only a certain amount of funds that you can spend on from development charges. And I don't know if Tiffany, I know there's a bylaw for what you can spend it on. Maybe I don't know if you have projects that you can actually spend it on. Do you have a list of projects?
That's correct.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I don't have the extensive
Yeah,
list
but
in
it
my
just
head,
kind of-
but you must put forward your projects in your background study, which is on our website. So if you were to cancel the NS&T trail, it's not that we could just immediately spend that money on something else. It would have to be in our development charges background study, or we'd have to be adding it into our next study and getting advice from our consultants on what the acceptable DCs would be for whatever particular project comes to mind, because there is a benefit to existing. So not all projects are 100% DC. As you can see, this one's 90% eligible for development charge funding. So
Yeah.
no, we couldn't just pick a random project. It would have had to be considered in our study.
And this is amazing, the trail. And we did a participatory budget, which Councilor Coco actually made the motion. That's the reason why we did it. And I don't know if Kathy Molnar can just say, where did trails come up on the feedback from the residents? Was there a number or a list of what they ranked?
Ms. Moldenhauer?
Thank you. Through to the mayor. The trails, of course, were very important because people like to be active, and it's an easy activity for everybody to participate in. And they were definitely near the top of the list. And if I refer back to our 10-year recreation and culture plan, trails were identified actually as the #1 activity.
Wow.
Because people can go out, you can walk your dog, you can go as a family, and there's no cost, and it's
Yeah.
good to be active.
Well, thank you. That's why I find it very odd for a councillor who actually made the motion to have this budget and get the residents involved, and now she's voting against the #1, basically what the residents want. And it's just basically it leads right behind her house, actually, and goes through the trail to the Olympic Trail. So I find it very odd.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Were there any other follow-up comments before we engage? Yes, Councillor McCool.
Just one point to Councillor Strange's comments. When we put a survey together, we ask people what they like, what they don't, they rank things. We never say, do you want to spend $12.7 million on this trail? So if you go through a survey and you ask everybody what they want, and then the final one is, would $12.7 million be appropriate to spend on this, we might have a little bit different results coming in. People don't know what this costs. They were just answering, yes, I like biking, yes, I like walking. So I just want to put that comment out. Surveys, we go back and forth about, oh yeah, this survey's great, I'll take this piece out of it, and we always say they're not scientific. A lot of people don't realize it's $12.7 million, and when some people heard it was 12.7, they didn't want the trail any longer. That's all.
And
Thank you.
again, to that point, we can only spend it because these development charges, so there's only certain places. And we learned after COVID, what's the most important thing for everyone to get out, to exercise, physical health, mental health. It's the most important. We are so fortunate to have these trails. And because of this participatory budget, we knew that they came back and that was trails were number one.
All right, I think we've had a wholesome discussion on NS&T, or NSN Tree, as Ms. Clark calls it, the new name. We will now move along to Councillor Pietrangelo amendments, which are on the screen. And the floor. Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. The first one is just in regards to an accessible swing. Again, I think, as Mr. Dowling had pointed out, the budget amount is $150,000. The majority of that is going to be covered from funds that were raised through the Wonder Falls Pass initiative. So the rest of it, which is just the, I guess, site preparation, will be covered by the capital budget special reserve fund. And then the second one, Your Worship, is just because we had the stormwater management pond on there for Fernwood, and that was going to solve the problem with Phragmites. But because that project is being deferred by staff, I just want to make sure that we come up with a plan to deal with the Phragmites this year, because I know that there are residents out there that are concerned. It's a very invasive species, and it spreads very fast. We just had a meeting the other day about Lundy's Lane in Gardner, which is right across the street from Fernwood. So obviously the Phragmites are traveling. They're on our property right now and kind of blocking all of our signage at Lundy's Lane and Gardner. So we do need to have a plan, Your Worship. It makes sense, but I would appreciate if staff would come back at a later date with a report. And I would also appreciate it if council were to put the money in the budget. I'm happy to make that motion if you want.
Okay, so
That's for the swing.
Are you doing them separately then? We'll do them separately. Okay. So first, we're doing the accessible swing. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Are you okay? Councillor Newestag, you're seconding. Is there any discussion to the motion? Yes, Councillor Newestag.
Actually, I think I just want to speak to it. I was at the opening of the swing, and to see those children so happy because they are limited in what they can enjoy. We saw that at the March of Dimes, and thank you to Councillor Pietrangelo. You raised money. It's not coming from taxpayers' pocket, and it's a part of the population. If we don't speak for them, they can't do it for themselves. You're only a child for once, and they've already have so many limits and lack of freedom to enjoy what other children are able to do. So if this is the least we can do for them, I absolutely 100% support Councillor Pietrangelo and thank him for recognizing and reaching out to do something for them. So you have my support.
That was moving to see kids in wheelchairs so excited that they could swing on a swing. That was very moving to see that. Yeah, that was.
Just on that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, just on that point, I've talked to staff as well. I know I said at the opening that I'd like to put one in the north end, one in the south end. Right now, I'm going to look at Mitchelson Park. I know that we're taking out the pool there, but again, I would like it to be right in the middle of the playground. The other thing that works well is putting these swings anywhere nearby schools, because a lot of times it's the school children that get out and actually use it. And you have St. Paul, you have Meyer, you have Notre Dame, and then you have John Marshall, which are all like in a couple blocks. So I think it would be a good fit to have another one there. And then I'll look in Chippewa the year after, Your Worship. So those are the thoughts that are in my head right now.
Yeah, it's Orchard Park, Prince Philip, like there's a lot of schools around there, yeah. Okay, if there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote on the swing. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And then you've got the second one, Councillor, did you want to move that one as well?
Sure.
Okay, this is the Phragmites, and for anyone watching at home, Phragmites are not creatures, they are plants. You said they're on the move. I think people are worried that these creatures are walking. Phragmites are invasive species that, they're on the move. So stop them in their tracks. So do we have a second for the Phragmite yet, Councillor Lococo?
Just to clarify too, it's just to bring back a plan for Phragmites, correct? because that was deferred. Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Councilor Lococo. Okay, is there any more discussion to the Freedom. If not, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. All right. You okay there, Counselor? No? Okay. It's the Phragmites. Okay. Okay, next. Now, okay, help me. 10. Thank you. So let me just call this up. Okay. That council shortened the 30-day review period allowed under the Strong Mayors Act by 9 days, such that the review period will end today, on the 26th. Okay, motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Strange. Any discussion to that? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, opposed? You opposed? Okay. And to number 11, that the mayor considers shortening his 10-day veto period by 10 days. So that would mean it ends today. It effectively means I support the decisions made today. Is that just me?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's gotta be you.
Is that how it is, Mr. Clerk? Okay, so then what do I do? Do I vote? Do I?
decide.
I'll provide something in writing to you later.
Ready for your signature.
Okay, so for everyone's consideration, I do intend to do exactly as number 11 says. So you don't have to meet me out in the parking lot with the Phragmites. All right, so do I need any more action on that to item 4.2, Mr. Clerk? We don't. Okay, good. So then we go to ratification of in camera, I believe. So we'll get Mr. Clerk to walk us through it.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Although it was a long discussion, there was mostly just filled with direction to staff. There will be some follow-up at the December 10th council meeting, where there'll be an open report to give council an opportunity to make some decisions in the public setting. But as it states right now, the ratification of in-camera is just direction to staff.
Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Strange, that we ratify the in-camera direction. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. And then motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Baldinelli, that we give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. And motion for adjournment, Councilor Dabrowski, second by Councilor Baldinelli. All those in favor? And we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.